be moving my computer to a new location. The dog is annoying. Dahlia's so cute. I feel awkward. probably the ugliest thing I've made, but non-matching. But I like stripes, and I'm gonna go put these on. Don't sit in that position for too long. Oh my God. Ouch. hope this is not a heat lamp. Because it's broken. Wonder if it will work. Whoops. Did I sit on all? remember this. I remember what I wrote across this. This painting is not so special anymore. The colors in it. I started out this painting with I wrote something across "Pray for Dave." I wrote that in oil. I can even see the tape across it. And then I covered it up. But the colors I used I really like the colors, but that's gonna get to me. Hi. How are you? A horror. I cannot pronounce that. That reminds me of a phone conversation. I'll just leave that in my memory. But yeah, I can't pronounce that word. I'll just say a horrifying novel. Maybe that's easier. How are you going to read while I paint? That would mean that it would be boring to watch. Maybe listening to the painting or something. Or just waiting till I talk. Is that what it is? I mean, I could add some horror sounds. I think I made a horror, 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 a horror, a horror. The closed captioning is working, but still, it's a tough one. Of course, most people probably wouldn't notice it, but I always do. Oh. Ah. Well, that makes it easy. Of course, there's people who like reading. Actually, a ton of people probably like reading. I've always hated it. That's why my words are limited. So I have a limited use of words. There you go. That's it. That's all. Sometimes brushes are useful. This one is, I don't know what this one is good for. Maybe clouds or something. A round brush. It's definitely not what I'm trying to use it for. Well, the novel will probably work out with the dog barking. Maybe. Depending on the topic. I was eating pizza in the car. I wanted to, of course, I wanted my mom to not know that I bought pizza, because she would be left out, and I'm on a pizza binge or something. I'm like really obsessed with pizza. And anyway, the pizza's in my lap. The steering wheel's in front of me. So the boxes are stacked up because I'm eating a lot of pizza. But, you know, here I am trying to get the seatbelt on so I can start driving instead of having the car on in idle position for a long time. And the pizza slides off of and falls onto the floor of the vehicle. Here I am trying to pick up the pizza, reached, like, you know, my, obviously between the seat and the, well, it's not easy to get my arms down to grab it just falls in a place where I can't get it, and I want to get a hold of it, so I end up eating the pizza even though it was on the floor. you know, way more than 10-second rule. Um, I don't know what made me think of that. Oh, the paint. And then I just have for some reason, it kept happening. Like I could not keep anything in my lap. It just slides out. And that's what was happening with the paint. You know, it was going to slide off my bed, which is not good. I like these pants a lot. I, I really don't want to paint them. I should move where's the mouse? Oh, there it is. I can't see what I'm doing. This way I can see the chat and okay. The paint looks okay. Yuck. You know, it's different doing a painting like I'm used to doing the what is this, landscape? I'm not used to doing the landscape. It looks different. It's different. I like to twirl the paintbrush, obviously. Where did that go? Did I survive that? Because, I mean, that was a literal. I might as well have just shoved the plastic knife with green paint on it right through my shirt. I like these pants. They're like they have pockets. Like they have pockets like they're almost like scrubs, but they fit perfectly, which is unlike scrubs. For me, anyway. I've got scrubs. They don't fit. They don't fit anymore. They look like I actually went out in public wearing these. They look ridiculous. I look like an orphan, as my mom would say. But if I look like an orphan, I still go out looking like it. Because usually, I will wear out whatever I like wearing. Like I will wear it every day. If of course I got a bunch of clothes that I don't want to mess up, and then there's these clothes that I've gotten out of my mom's closet, and I don't really wear those around her, and I don't necessarily wear them anywhere else, but I like them, so I take them. She's like, uh, of course, there's a shirt that I've hidden. It's behind the door, and it's been there for the longest time, but I only have it because of the colors in it. I don't want to lose those colors. There, it's like blue. It's exactly like that. These are the colors. That blue and the gold in the middle. Exactly. For some reason, if she sees that, it's going to disappear forever. I'm never going to look at it again. I'm never going to see it again. I actually took it because I wanted to make something with it. But then I was like, my mom's going to know where that came from. And I can't make anything with it because there's none other like it. Because there's not like a duplicate. So it just stays behind that door. Stolen from my mom. There's also this jacket, or it's a, for some reason I like, it's like a sweat, I don't know the difference. It's like a sweatshirt or something. It's got a hood, but it's not really all that visible. It's kind of like a blue jean, almost like I've got yarn to like that kind of blue jean texture, but a little darker. Actually, it's a lot darker because it's black, but it looks like that kind of anyway, it's a jacket, sweatshirt type thing, nice and baggy. It's like the perfect thing. I would model it every day of my life, but somehow it disappeared. I think it's in a pile of clothes in my bedroom next door, and I don't think I would put it on for the life of me. I think I would wash it 100 times before I ever put it on. But one day I'll get to it. It's behind a very large pile of other stuff, just like I've got in this room. Like, there's a great big pile of stuff that I mean, I have to be careful when I get off this bed. I have to be careful because I might unplug the computer. There's cords and cables, and so when I move this computer next door, it's gonna be weird. It's like, you'll be able to see the whole room temporarily. I like an empty room for some reason. When I go over there, all I can think of is a piano. A piano. It's all I think about. Because the room, like when you walk in, it's the whole entire room. It's the flooring that I put in there. I pulled up the carpet, pulled up the stuff that was under the carpet to, get the smell out of there a long time ago. And then I pulled up the staples. Dave and I actually, we worked hard on that. I'm we worked really hard on that. And that was just before he went to the hospital the first time in 2022. But the flooring, it's like really, really pretty. It's cool. It's like a tan color. Anyway, it's golden color, like a golden retriever. I look at it and I think that's my favorite color for a floor. Anywho, takes a lot of time, and I spent a lot of time on that. In the whole room, when they cleared out that room, I was like, I did a good job. But obviously I didn't finish it. There's probably, actually I probably should take it up, the floor completely up and vacuum underneath it and then put it back down. And make sure I did put the take all the staples up. Because at some point, I just wanted to see what it would look like. But they emptied out the room, and all you see is this floor. And it was so cool. So if there was a piano in there, that's all that would be in there, other than a computer and a guitar. And mice, which not necessarily are that's not my cup of tea, but they're currently, according to someone who has knowledge of how they do, apparently there are mice. And she said there is a rat. And I'm like, okay, she can tell by their poop. I'm like, I mean, there's guinea pigs galore. Poop. Guinea pig pellets. Poop. And here I am thinking that they must have been little, guinea pig poops. They're different than rabbit poop. Rabbit poops are different. Definitely. Not that this is like a really entertaining topic, but I thought it was guinea pigs. I mean, of all the guinea pigs that have entered that place, that's all I would notice. But maybe there are. There's no cats in there, so. If there were, there would be no mice. Especially if there were certain cats in there. Which there's like, pretty soon I'm literally thinking I'm gonna make sure that some of these cats live a little longer than I fear. We have I like to think it's better to be friendly with the neighbors but we have neighbors who are friendly sometimes, but their dogs aren't. And there have been times where I've wished I had better aim. And I've said it so many times how I wished there were many opportunities. When one attacked Leo, I was ready. Of course, I wasn't ready with I was mad. That's probably why. The dog heard the little click sound. And obviously she recognized that sound and started to leave Leo. So she went back. But I was so mad at her. But there's no way I would have even, no, there's no way. She would have had to leave before I even did anything. Anyway, she was attacking Leo. And Leo was like, girl, get off of me. But he was scared the next time. Probably because I put I stepped into it, the situation. But she came out of nowhere. I had a whole bunch of dandelions in my hand because I was picking dandelions and yeah, I had a bunch of dandelions in my hand. We were walking back home and Leo was ahead of me and just happy-go-lucky. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this vicious dog deemed this is definitely a vicious dog. But I think they've forgotten. Actually, they've not forgotten because she's actually done some damage to my vehicle. But, you know, possessions. And she's also attacked a police officer's vehicle, and he has it on camera. So, I think he said something, because she has been, she went back into hiding. Anyway, the neighbors are nice, but they have about as many dogs as I did guinea pigs. And that's not really a good situation. But at least she runs when she hears that click sound. You know, just like a little click of a safety. Take the safety off of something. It makes a click sound. Leo doesn't like it either. And he always knows. He used to alert me with that ominous growl when there was an intruder. And then Dixie started to do it. But it wasn't the ominous growl. It was more like Dixie's way of saying, these are my cats, you better not intrude. Except with her I used to call it hideous bark. Like if I get Leo howling and she starts, it's like, I used to say it was horrific. It was just, I would say she just ruined it. It was beautiful, but it's actually the best thing. because I know if I hear that at night, it's worth getting up and checking on the cats. Sometimes I have to make the loudest sound in the whole wide world in the sand. Pointing down at the sand in the night because you can't see anything. But it does the job, and it wastes a lot of ammo, a lot of money. Of course, I didn't spend it, so I didn't feel the loss. But I kind of do feel the loss and the anger. But anyway, it alerts the neighbors that their dogs are out, and it also alerts the dogs that I'm out. Usually they see me and they take off, and I like that. These are pit bulls too. When they are out and the vicious one is out, I'm ready. That's all I can say. I don't know how ready with my eyes. But the vicious one is too much of a bad example. Those other ones have learned too quickly, and it's terrible. Here, you have to protect the animals that you got before it's too late. See, people can't, it's not, it is illegal here for people to harm cats who wander onto their property. But if dogs happen to wander on the property, here, I know this is horrible the way they say it though, you're allowed to protect the property, but I have gotten to the point where I would protect the cats and the chickens too. It's kind of silly to think of it that way, but when you have chickens, they're pretty cool. And they also are magnets. Oh, and the gopher tortoises. Dave actually gave me the place, probably because of the gopher tortoises, and he knew I love those. If I'm scared of bugs, and I would march in place, like I would, and if I were talking to somebody outside, and I would be marching, like I would not have, no ants or anything would have time to crawl on me, because I would be marching constantly. Because I don't like bugs. But if there's a dog and it's attacking a tortoise or it's barking at a tortoise, I will take off barefoot across the property, not even paying any attention to all of the obstacles and thorns or whatever. And then coming back, I would notice every bit of it. But yeah, I've done that many times to alert the neighbors that their dogs were out, and the neighbors actually at that time appreciated the tortoises, because it's like the tortoises, it's their property. When they dig a burrow, it's their place according to the law, because they're like they are, or they were, I don't know how it is now, but to me, they're important. My mom doesn't consider them important, so that could very well be why Dave gave me the property over there. I mean, it was pretty epic to do that, too. It's not going to really be I mean, it's just a lot of land with gopher tortoise burrows. And I'm going to have to protect those burrows, because the dogs probably will have no regard for them tortoises, and I'm going to have to get over the fear of the bugs and pace the property in the summertime, like I did last summer. Was it last summer? It was March. It was when I had that sickness that took forever to get over. I actually spent a lot of time outside, because I think when you have like any kind of congestion, for some reason certain websites don't like it when you say the words. So I make up some word. I call it Carrie now. I had the Carrie virus. It's Carrie, like Kerry. Anyway, it was like Karina. They now call it Carrie. And I had that for the longest time. It was like March, April, May, and then June, obviously, I got better. It was like just before I went to Boston. I gotta practice that accent. I really like that accent. Anyway, it was just as the middle of June came around, I said I was better. My voice was, I was finally over it. So it took a long time to get over it. And I probably got it because my mom was in Jacksonville, Florida. That's where I got it, probably, because it was the perfect timing. I went to pick her up, then got sick. Anywho. I don't really remember what got me on to that. Oh yeah, I paced. I spent a lot of time on the phone with someone who I didn't mind actually talking to all the time. I mean, it was helpful. I had someone to talk to while I was pacing, and it was good to spend time outside instead of on the internet reading every little thing. So she was able to see who was doing what and who wasn't, because I was on the phone with her the whole time. Bonnie Dwyer. Bonnie. Anyway. Kind of, I actually never thought I would ever be able to reason with her, or I would never, like, I thought she was a bully that would always be a bully, but she's nice sometimes. She's cool sometimes. Anyway, she's when I talk about Boston, it's not really Boston though. I went to Boston, but that's not, apparently there's different accents in, different places in a close area. So it wasn't really a Boston accent. Heck, she can talk like a lot of different people. She's got, obviously, that gift of being able to speak in different accents and stuff. Or speak with different accents. I've always been fascinated by that. I even was like trying to get ChatGPT to teach me how to say words. They actually do that too. Certain words in a, like, different accents, like how did I phrase it? I was like, okay, how do I say this in a British accent? But some people, like, who are Welsh, they don't like it when you call them British. That's, somebody was like, don't call me British. I was like, okay, I'll never do that again. I was like, it's okay if I call you Welsh, right? Because you are Welsh, right? Apparently, this was whenever there was that, oh, what was it called? It was like a separation. Anywho, I was like, but that's what I always thought of it as, that. And they were like, and this person was like, no. And I was like, okay. Apparently India is a lot like that too. They don't, and I'm like, okay, so I need to put a hold on the baiting and figure out which is which, so I know what to get, how to get them all mad. And then I kind of stopped the baiting. I kind of lost interest for some reason. I remember why. Yep. I didn't lose interest. I had to put it on hold because someone was trying to watch everything I did to figure me out. And I put up a wall because it was they're now in jail. Took a long time for them to get in jail though. So, I mean, that long of a time. See how long it's been a long time. It started in 2021. March. That's a long time. Four years. No. Almost 4. Very close to 4. So it would be like 3 years and maybe 9 months. Anyway. I had to kind of not live stream anymore. Went a long period of time without live streaming. See, March. And then, see, Dahlia, the dog, she, see, the next year, 2022, see, there's like a big blur of time. That was really traumatic. One thing I don't know if I would recommend is putting up a wall like that. I thought it was a good thing to do because who knows? Because this person was in the chat and they actually said something, and I knew who it was because they showed up at the church that I went to. And they were, and I told them to not contact me, and they had better be ready for the result, because I meant it when I said never contact me. They came in the chat while I was doing my baiting, where I was happy, and he said, wish I was fishing, and, I started taking screenshots. I didn't say a word, but I ended up reporting it. It's like police don't really, they don't really have anything they can do about these things. But I really did mean it when I said do not contact me. But to add to the trauma, the church I went to, they encouraged this person. This person was new to the church, completely new. I actually the pastor actually encouraged this person, and the pastor actually, the word would probably be grooming. That's probably the appropriate word. It was pretty rough, because it's like, I can't really describe another situation except you grow up, maybe you grow up being best friends with somebody, maybe, and believing somebody is your best friend, and then you get to you become an adult, and then all of a sudden your best friend, I don't know an example. This is like a religious thing, though. You believe in something, but it's like you have to completely rethink your whole belief. Like, the Bible, I didn't even want to look at the Bible because the Bible was traumatic for some reason. I enjoyed going to church. Of course, it was basically my only form of contact. I really liked it. I was very, very involved in church. But the pastor, I mean, when I say no, when I say leave me alone, I really do mean it. I mean it like more than anything in the world. I go above and beyond, even higher up than the church, in this type of situation. And I did. And this person, I didn't even know his name. The pastor was already saying, you did this, and you, like, I'm not responsible for this. And then he's like, just love him. And I'm like, what? And I was like, you sound just like him. You must be, like, communicating with him. And I realized he was communicating. But I searched him based on following him to his home. I went to his home to verify if he was really being honest about how a family member disappeared. I wanted to see the truck, because he came to church in a different truck every time, and I was like, that's weird. And he kind of laughed about it whenever I said something. I was like, so why do you go to a church in a different vehicle every time? And he said, because my loser of a person, I can't even say the word, stepfather, he did something, and I was like, I want to see this. So I followed him. I didn't go with him. There's no way in the world. And I didn't see any truck. I asked about it while I was there. I wanted to also see his mother, who he described as having a broken neck. So I thought, okay, I had just left the woman who painted the eagle and all that. I had just moved out of her place and moved back home. So I'm like in a situation where I like helping people. So I wanted to see his mom. His mom's walking around all fine and dandy. Didn't look like she had a broken neck. And so that was one thing that was not true. There was no vehicle there that had any kind of problems with it. But the situation was true with the vehicle. It was basically deemed unusable by insurance, so they took it away. So that's why I went to his place, and I ended up talking to him, and I learned a lot of things about him that I just casually put them in a file in my mind to remember forever. And that was why he went to the church that I went to. A judge goes there. He wanted to legalize a certain thing. And I was thinking, this judge isn't going to do that. So he was already making friends with this judge. He had obviously looked the church up, or communicated with some other people, and thought he was going to actually he was going to, win the judge's trust, and I didn't know what he was capable of at that. But I had talked to him that entire day at his home. Yes, while his mother was there in another room, and was friendly with him, communicating friendly. I know exactly where he had his baggie. I don't know why the heck he showed me that. And anywho, I told him about my videos and what I like to do, and I watched him as he held his phone, and he had a password on his phone, like he would draw something. I went there to it was not for the same thing that he tried to spin. I went there to find out if he was lying, because every little thing went wrong in his family, and I was like, okay, I want to help his mom if she needs help, because he actually was mean about her in the church, and if she had broken her neck and she had lost her husband at that time, of course she would be a grouch, but she wasn't. course, she called me weird, and she was like, "Oh, you're part of that weird that weird religion or whatever." And I was like, "Yeah." And it was a joke, a nice joke. Anyway, I think she kind of meant it, but I actually, her the seriousness in her tone still, it's I still remember it. Like, she probably was like, "Chris," I say that on purpose, like, "What are you doing? You're not supposed to be doing this." It was kind of like she was mad that he was clearly up to no good. Anyway, I don't know what it was. Anyway, the whole purpose of going to his home was to see if it was true that he was not making up these stories. And he revealed some things like his birth, which I made sure to remember. He said the name of his grandma on his Bible. He also said that he lived here his whole life, and I knew his name was Chris. I knew he drove a different truck every time he went to church. I didn't know his name, his whole name. So, when I got home after talking to him and basically learning a lot about him and a lot of things that, a lot of the things that he did would not be, the judge would not really be all that interested in, and I actually was a little put off by the fact that he seemed to have an agenda that I was unable to warn the judge about. So I got home and I searched every situation. I could not find a single record of the location where he said his stepfather had done anything. I couldn't find anything. The only last name I had was his grandmother's, which was true. I just didn't spell it right, but I tried every spelling in the whole wide world. Couldn't find anything. So I went back to church like on Wednesdays and Saturday. And the first time that March 27th, 2021, was when I went to his home. The next time I went to church, it was Wednesday, and he had already known about the guinea pig videos because he looked it up, and he watched certain ones, and I didn't have any active viewers at that time, so I did have that one, him, in my analytics. So I knew which videos he went or watched after he watched the ones that he watched in front of me, which was the guinea pigs eating kale. He was interested in that for some reason. So that showed up in my analytics. Like my analytics popped up in like a huge heartbeat. Because I wasn't active on YouTube at that time. So I knew what device he was using. And I knew where and how he actually went and on YouTube. I knew how he found stuff. He used the end screen. Like at the end of a video, there's like other videos. Nobody else used those. Nobody actually, surprisingly, nobody used those. I knew how he saved his videos. I knew how he shared them. It was quite interesting how just that alone I was able to know who he was whenever he started following me in the future. The Wednesday, Saturday, March 27th, 2001, I was at his house. I followed him to his house. Didn't learn of his name, didn't even know his number. He had mine. So he texted me that evening, and I was like, okay, good. There's no way I could find you. So he had my number, and then I had his number. And that Wednesday was the stimulus day. He got a stimulus check, and he got a new phone that accepted multimedia messages, which I believe he was not supposed to have. But he texted me from that new number. The old number did not accept multimedia messages, which were, that number actually was a song that was supposed to be practicing, because the pastor wanted a song. So I sent Chris a screenshot of the chords to a song called Farther Along. And he was gonna practice it. And the message failed. And I didn't ask him about it, but he got a new phone, and he started really texting me like crazy. He texted me pictures of pages in books. He texted me food pictures. He even sent screenshots, which I like to investigate every aspect of something like that. I was like, VPN, that looks like a VPN. And I was thinking, I've got a better one, but I didn't tell him. And it had a Texas flag. Uh, he sent me a lot of stuff that I never deleted. I put everything in a special folder. Especially after he assaulted me, which was the very next week. um, and, let's see. No, it was like April 7th, was it? That was a Wednesday. March 27th was a Saturday, so okay. 28, 29, 30, 31. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Whatever the day of the week the 7th was on, I think that was a day, I think it was a Wednesday. If it was a Saturday, that would have been the day of the assault. It would have been the day, actually it was not, I learned it was not assault, it was called battery it was called, like, sexual. I'm just gonna say it wrong on purpose. Battery, and, there was something else. Simple battery, sexual battery. Anyway, I learned that not long ago. So, he was very quick about this, and I ended up going home after this. It was in the church parking lot. He did this after I sang a cappella the song I needed to sing, because I didn't want him to play the music anymore, because it would require a lot of time spending with him, and I did not want that, because he didn't know a single song in the whole wide world, not even Amazing Grace, until later on. But yeah, he hated every Christian music song. He hated hymns. He hated everything. And I was like, okay. I was like, this is probably not going to work out. I can just do it a cappella. And so I sent him a karaoke site link where I was singing farther along, and he could practice instead of me visiting him. Like, he really wanted me to visit him, and he would send animated GIF file that was disgusting to me, and he was very pushy. Very, very pushy. But after that, after I went home, after that event, and yes, I said no many times, and he kept on going and kept saying sorry while he was doing this in the church parking lot after I sang. I drove home, all I could think about was when I get home, I'm not gonna come back. That's basically how I was thinking, because I thought of him as like a new member or a new person who would have been a friend that I don't want any part of. Um, I spent the whole week, I skipped out on church. Uh, he got mad at me because he thought, or he claimed that I said I was going to marry him. So April 17th, I think it was, he went to church. He told me he was going to church just before I would have gone. So I knew I was not going. And I told the pastor that I wasn't going because I was overwhelmed and I did not want to influence I didn't want to influence his mother because his mother was going too. And the pastor, did this whatever prayer emoji, whatever he was doing back then, which I don't care to even look back and read. So I told him I was overwhelmed and did not want to influence his mother, which his mother was going to be there. So I didn't show up, and he went back home later, and he was like manipulative and trying to get me to feel sorry for him. And then I started to look up different types of things, like, is this manipulation? When someone says this, what is it, like? And then I started to read the very things that I was thinking. I was like, yeah, this is exactly what I thought. Like, it's not good. It's not good. Not good to be around someone like that. So I was a little bit too maybe bashful or naive or uncertain, and of course I had a medication dropped before that, so I was also I took a lot of that. I blamed it on that. I thought maybe it's that medication dropped that made me not myself. And it was like a thyroid medication. I thought it's got to be the thyroid, because I froze and I didn't usually I would do like karate. I would punch the person. And I had done that in other situations. I said, you better not, if you lean down, I'm telling you, I will punch you in the face. I will break your nose. Do not do this again, because this is what I will do, and you don't want that. And they didn't dare try any further, because I meant it and I would have done that. So I was shocked that I was unable to even do that. It was not me, and I thought it was a medication thing. So I did not want to interfere with his church and his relationship with God or whatever. And I definitely did not want to mess it up for his mother. but he was mad that I didn't show up. He had baked a loaf of bread, or that looked like, oh gosh, it looked like he puked and made a heart shape, and I didn't tell him that. I should have. Um, but he said, I gave it to the pastor because you weren't there. And anyway, yep, that was that. I guess the pastor may have liked it. Anyway, I will take a break from from talking, because I gotta get the loaf of bread out of my head. It's gross looking. This actually is like serious trauma that has lasted for quite a few years, and it lasted this long because of because I took him to court, and it lasted over and over. He ended up, it was continued. That he wouldn't show up one week, or the week he would show up, I was in the wrong room and I was watching him on the TV, and I was like, wait, I'm here. And I would go down the stairs and he had already left. And so there were a lot of times that he didn't show up. There was one time that the lady judge said, you better find him, make sure he gets that, or I think she said I would hold you in contempt, because I mentioned that I thought, because I have a good behavior affidavit against him, it lasted just, I think it lasted until September, and I got it May 28th or something, like near there. And it anyway, it meant I don't contact him and he doesn't contact me. The pastor took that out on me. It's just like a piece of paper. The pastor was so mad at me. I was like, I said no. I did say no. He was doing this, and I said no. And I was like, you don't want to do this. This is gonna just not be good. It's not gonna be good to do this. This is not good. And he said sorry, and then he just kept doing this. And I ended up searching his name, and I then thought about that time that I followed him to his home, and I remembered certain details. I looked on his phone on his what he sent me. He would send me videos. Some videos were of young. Actually, that's important. I never really thought of it, but it doesn't matter as much now. But there were of young people singing "This Little Light of Mine." And I was like, what? I don't want to sing that. Because he was like, what about this little light of mine? Like I could sing that. I was like, no. I'll just sing farther along a cappella, with no music. He sent me all kinds of different multimedia messages, videos, images of books, a lot of weird things. In a lot of the videos, there was one video where there was a chicken. I remember when I followed him there, the chickens were there. I watched that video again to look at the surroundings. Then I went and I tried my very best. I remember following the road, and my mom I searched on my mom's computer on the Google Maps the route. So I basically drove down the map and then went to this area where I remember turning right, because that's where my mom said the road is. So we were trying to figure out which place to turn once you get to a certain location. So I went down each little, I guess, cul-de-sac. I remembered the chickens, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try this road. I remember the roads actually by the names of people that I knew. And then when I got to a certain lane, it said images for such and such lane. And then I saw him. And I was like, I saw him. I was thinking it was a Facebook picture. So I yelled for my mom. I said, that's him, that's him. So she looked at it, looked further, and she said, he's on the registry. And I was like, oh, what? And she actually said his name, his full name. And she said for young people. And she said twice he violated his probation. And I called the pastor and I said, told him, and he said, okay, thank you for the heads up. And I was like, I thought that he would take it seriously. And I really thought a pastor would take something like that seriously, because this is the person who had used me. I'm actually the perfect kind of person for someone like that, because not only do I like being at church, I am a vulnerable person. I attract these types of people. I actually consider it a possible gift if used properly, but it can also be a problem, which is it's often a problem. But I am not exactly sure what it was he was seeking, but he had a probation officer. And I called him and I described what happened, and he said he can't do anything about it. It had just been a month since he had mentioned to me in person these little these little things that in a baggie that made a sound kind of like that. Sounded like a maybe a pill bottle with little pebbles, hard pebbles in it, and I remember hearing that clackety in a bag, a plastic bag, and he showed me that, and I was like, he mentioned this, that he had something that was really good, and I didn't recognize it because, you know, I'm weird, and it's also a good thing. But anyway, he had things that he was trying to legalize, and they made a sound in a bag. And his parole officer was like, "When was that? When was it?" And I said it was March 27th. And it had just been 30 days. It was, no, it was over 30 days. Because it was May when I discovered this. Anyway, it was May. And, it was past the time where it would show up in his blood. And it was past, I mean, I knew exactly where it was. Where he put it. If it was still there. But he was, that was the one thing I guess I didn't even think about. I had no clue what it was. Anyway, the moment I learned of his past, it all made sense. It all made sense because it was the way he got a kick out of, I was talking kind of like how I'm talking now, and then he would like reach, and I would jump, and he would hear it in my voice because I would be in mid-sentence, and it was like I'd see his reaction, and I was like, you don't want to do that, you know, and he knew, but he had this smirk on his face. So that, I knew he got a kick out of that later on. And when I was like thinking back on the situation, I remembered it was like he got a kick out of it. And it made sense. And everything that I experienced made sense. It made sense because he probably looked up the church. Not only did he look up the church and see young folks, which were not there anymore. I was basically the only one there, and naturally I do act like a young person. It's just my character. But there were not really young people there. There were a lot of older people there at the church I liked to go to. He had to have looked up the church before he went because he knew the judge went there, the drug court judge, the superior court judge, the judge of all judges of all things. He was the head of judges apparently, and is still. Heck, he might end up being like even higher up sometime. But I turned to him, and Chris happened to be the first one there at the church after the event. He was always the first one there. I had a key to the church. I would go to the church, I'd lock myself in there until someone came and unlocked it and I was not alone. But I remember he was always the first one there, always the last one. That's something that really bothered me because I could never reach out to the judge and let him know, you know, he was not good. I actually handed him a piece of paper to describe what I knew and what happened. Like, I put his birthday. Of course, this was before I knew who he was and what his full name was. So that was why I wrote what I knew about him. Like, his birthday was close to mine. It was easy to remember. November 6th, I believe. May have been the 8th. I think it was the 6th. But I remembered that. I remembered the year. I remembered that he lived on the same road of the church. Basically, it was just a little far out. And something like I said no. That's what it was. I said no. I wrote that probably all over this piece of paper and I handed it to the judge. Well, the next week, Chris was there at the church. He had already been told to not contact me, to be like on the other side. His walk with God was his own, to not contact me. And he would go and he would be right in front of me and talk to the people that I talked to. And I had already, it was a lady named Debbie. It is her real name. I won't say the last name. But she was playing the piano. And I was in the front row of the seats. And he would go in front of me and show pictures of his family. Like one who was just born. And she was like, oh, that's nice. But she already knew. And she saw that he was pushing the boundaries and basically doing exactly what I told him not to do. And she explained that. And she actually said, she stood up for me. Even in spite of the fact that I had text messages where he was saying that he wanted to do that again, and then describing how he saw me and what he wanted to do. And she was like, that's proof. And I had audio recordings. I would go to church. I had my phone recording. I'd set it down beside me. And I actually forgot about it. So it was like over a 3-hour recording. And I'm glad, because not only did the pastor come up and say, I'm sorry, I told you that our word is the woman's fault. I looked at him and I said it wasn't the R word. So I knew it wasn't a real apology. To me, it was more like, it was like, well, I mean, it was a recording. He denied ever saying that to everyone else. And I was like, I have it on a recording. Would you like to listen to it? And whenever someone had already defended me and they heard the recording afterwards, I think they were glad they defended me, and that they had already defended me for it was like a relief, I think, for defending someone blindly, although we were truly friends. My eyes are like really heavy. If it looks that way, it feels that way. That's for sure. My eyes feel dizzy, so this is actually the very trauma that has been so hard to write about, because writing about it is like, when you write about it, it's hard to tell the story. It's easier for me to say it out loud for some reason. Usually I would just read the text messages, but it's a lot easier now. But I tried so hard many times to take him to court, because I knew that I was not the only one. And the level the pastor, the level the judge went to, they tried to kick me out of the church, and the only thing that kept my name in that church was because of my friend Debbie. She refused to vote me out. And I was thinking, I actually, if I had gotten a letter, it would have been the evidence of everything. But they stood up for him. See, that's how they work. That's how these types of people work. They go into these churches. They do what they need to do. They deny, attack, reverse, victim, offender, Darvo. And that's what he did. That's what the pastor did. I think the pastor knew. I actually know he knew that this person was bad, because he even admitted it. I said, I was describing the church, how he's not supposed to be in a church with young people. In fact, someone like that, if they really are sorry, why would they do that? Why would they be okay with someone who was a member all these years being kicked out of both churches? Because with this type of religion, there's two churches. So the pastor will preach at one church, And right after it's over, he will go to the other church, the same religion, but the other church in another county, and he would have the sermon there. Well, I wanted to go to church, but I could only go every other week, because that's what the pastor claimed the judge had arranged. But the judge had not arranged that, because that would have gotten him fired from his job as a judge. And I didn't believe that he would go that far to make it where I could only go to church every other week. So the pastor claimed that, and Debbie said, in response to the judge saying, there was an emergency meeting, basically. The pastor wanted me to be removed as a member of the church. And he accused me of things I didn't do. He said I stood over him, and that that I did this and that and this and that. And the judge said, why am I brought into this? And the judge's wife said, are you leaving, to the pastor, are you like moving away or something? Which would make sense. That question would be the question I would ask, because that would destroy a church to do something like that, to kick somebody out just because of they were being, as the pastor said, obstinate. See, I was supposed to marry this person. And the pastor insisted on it. He actually became just like Chris. I wondered why. I mean, I wondered if he did this because I stood up for myself when he asked me to leave Jane, the painter, out in the cold and abandon her, a 90-year-old lady. Who I respected. And I moved in with her because her husband had passed away. And the pastor asked me to leave and said that for my health, that it would be a good idea to go ahead and move out, to pack my stuff up and move. So I actually trusted the pastor at that time. And so I did that very thing. And then I was like, I don't feel right. All I can think about is her. And one day I woke up. I wasn't gone long. I think I was only gone like 2 days maybe. The social worker didn't like me. Jane had a social worker. It was like in-home hospice. It was a terrible thing. something that I imagine a lot of people go through. Obviously, I believe that I went through it because other people go through it. There has to be that reason. So, and that it was a struggle to hold on. And I knew because of the level that people who I respected, the level they were going to, because of a complete stranger in the church, I had to fight this in court to the max. I mean, the max. This guy, he used to live in another city, the city where I used to go to church. He moved close by, probably about 3 miles away, if I would guess right. I actually would search every year to see the picture of him so I would know what he looked like. And I was like, wait a minute, where's that? And so that was like close by. I was like, he lives like right near me. And so I had to go to court and make sure that they knew this, because like the pastor had just moved away. I reported the pastor. One thing Dave did was he said, wow, I am so proud of you for doing that, because he knew I am over the top a lot of times where I get very attached to people. So I went over the pastor's head. I reported him, described how he asked me to leave, and said that I may or may not be welcome to the church, at the church, and that I needed to stop coming, or either that or just take a break from church, which is against what the Bible says. Like, I could point scripture after scripture where it says otherwise. But the entire conference turned on me. They may have been told the very same things, though. I mean, there were a lot of lies told by the pastor. The pastor protected this offender, and the offender ended up recently incarcerated for not registering as an offender. And I looked up his name and his picture, so I would know where he was registered naturally, and what he looked like at this point in time, so I would know if I saw him what he looked like. Since he's close by, and he has been since I think it was 2021, just after the pastor had moved away. He had been relocated. They did something about it when I reported it the first time. They kicked him out of the church. They moved him to Tennessee. And I did cry a lot over that because, um, you know, I have issues where it's like there's father figures, and then I get attached to certain people, and the pastor, yeah, he actually, I was attached to him. Chris knew it. He actually mentioned something like trauma bonding, as he was, it was simple battery and sexual battery. I just called it a different name. I didn't realize that was what it was. Anyway, I forgot where I was. Anyway, I'll remember it in a minute. Whoops. I went over his head. I didn't tell him, the pastor. It was mainly the pastor that did all this too. He was a bad pastor, really bad. But it affected me so much that I had to just leave the church. But I went over his head. He was removed, went to Tennessee. And I'm in Georgia. So they had to find a new pastor. Things were better when he left. The Pastor Arnold. Things were better. It's like you walk into church and it's like when he leaves, it's like all the when you feel the weight of the evil that's just bothering you so much, whenever that goes out the door, it's such a relief. It's like unbelievable. And then he went to Tennessee. Everything about church was better. There really was no need to explain why or what had happened at that point, because the judge obviously, when I showed him on my phone, I see one day, I think it was just at the beginning of May or the very end of April, because Chris was the first one there and the last one to leave. I stayed and I said, to the judge, I need to speak with you. I desperately need to say something privately. And Chris was just like going in the bathroom and walking out, and kind of just walking around in the hallway of the church, and all the lights were off. And the judge was like, so just to, yeah, it's an Adventist, so he said, have a happy Sabbath, basically saying, all right, you can go now, Chris. And Chris still stuck around. So I had a picture on my phone of what he was charged with twice. His picture. I pointed it at the judge, and the judge leaned over so he could read it, and then it was like you could hear his heart drop. in, because that was the day he described Chris, who was brand new to the church. He described him as a friend, and Chris was going to go there that Tuesday to court, drug court, exactly where he was aiming from the beginning, to change law, try and change laws. But the judge saw that in his heart. You could hear it audibly. It was sad. He mentioned forgiveness, and I was like, and he said, but if he did something, I was like, he did. And but he mentioned forgiveness, and I said, I understand about that, but it didn't change everything. But he was not as welcome at that church. He started going to the other church, and I didn't realize it. I just thought I did think he was going to the church, if he was, the other church. So I was like, why do I have to go to church every other week? Whenever I arrived at the church, I saw Chris's vehicle was not there, so I went in, and I told them if he was there, I was going to go to the other church. But he wasn't there. And I was like, why is this a every other week thing? I mean, am I allowed to go to church? And the judge and his wife and they actually spoke with me. His wife actually encouraged the judge to speak with me, which I appreciated. But she told me, well, Jamie, if this is a court matter, and I was like, does this have to be a court matter? I mean, does this end up having? Does this have to end up being a church involved in a court matter? And I think she realized then I was not actually involving the church in the court matter. She ended up insisting the judge come out, and he's a judge. There's limits on things he can do, and I respect that. I had forgotten I was recording that 3-hour. That was that 3-hour recording I was talking about earlier. So you hear a lot of like the sound of the phone as I'm nervously explaining things. I realized that forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, I wanted to go to church because I was like, this every other week thing doesn't make sense. And there was a day that he was supposed to go to court, and there was a day he was supposed to go to church, and I was supposed to go. And he had gone the week before. So he went both weeks. And the week that he was not supposed to go was just a day, or I think it was 2 days after I was at court, and he said that he wanted to keep the restraining order. And I was like, I was here I was at the courthouse. They just didn't realize it because I was upstairs and I could see it happening on the big screen. And I was like, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. And I was in the wrong room. So I ran downstairs as quickly as possible. He was gone. Chris was gone. He was just all jubilant, and he had kept the restraining order or good behavior affidavit in place on July 1st of, I think it was 2021. Yep, it was. And he had kept that in place. But I was telling the judge that I had to explain to him that he was still bothering me. He was escalating it and involving the church with it. But the judge said, okay, I will issue or make a continuance. And I was like, I think my eyes said it all. I'm panic and everything, and just frustration because it was going to be a long time before that continuance happened. And it was August 19th. That was the day that I actually went to court. Chris was there. I was so traumatized by that time that I couldn't even speak. My eyes, if you look up Micah Miller, M-I-C-A Miller, when I look at her, I know those eyes. All the crying that can age you in a week. I mean, it can age somebody drastically. And I remember when I look at her in that place where she was buying a weapon, and they show her eyes. I remember it. I remember that day. I remember that experience of going to church. They could see that I looked so much older. So I had been crying and crying, and at that time when I cried, I howled. And I did that every time I cried. I howled for a long time period. That was how I cried. Recently that stopped. Now I cry and I don't howl. But it's amazing how different I cried in that time period. And it was a terrible situation to go through. I didn't want anybody in this world to ever have to go through that. And the pastor made it to where Chris could pick and choose any church at any time. And I watched on Facebook. I saw him there. The pastor said he was with family. I had just gone to court when he moved here. I took him to court, And the judge basically said that I wasn't there in time. He had just left and said that I had been sending him to court and that I had been stalking him. And it was deny, attack, reverse, victim, offender. And everybody, I'm 5'3", he's 6'5", 6 feet 5 inches. He is so tall that in my Mercury Mountaineer, where I was, the steering wheel was like right here. I'm exaggerating about how close it was, but it was very close, and it was big. So that day he was doing what, that day that Chris was doing what he was doing, he was tall, like he still was leaning down, and basically I couldn't like grab the door to close it, because he was blocking that. And I was just talking. By the time I was sitting in that Mercury Mountaineer, I felt safer because of that steering wheel. But he still was going at it. And he had, it was so strange. I had nightmares a couple of times that actually came true. One time I had a good dream, and I was like, I don't know, and I texted the judge's wife and described the dream. And that time I don't think it was really, it was good, it was right, but I didn't put it to the test. I just texted someone, and her lack of response, or the lack of actual empathy or anything in the response, was enough for me to decide not to push that. It was more like a wishful dream. It was a strange dream, though. I dreamt that I went back in time. I was at the school where I became an Adventist in high school. It was actually the place where everything, the bullying, there was no bullying back then. So it was like a dream where I knew that it was just a nightmare. So I put it to the test, that dream. And I went to the church that is where the young people are. And Chris was there. And like the pastor said, his family was with him. Like he said to the judge in the court locally, that his family, that's his church, he doesn't want to stop going to church. He mentioned that in court, of all places. I never mentioned that he was on the list in court, because I don't think that applies. I may have, I don't think it applies, because my situation is what the complaint was about. And I wanted a restraining order against him. I didn't want him to approach me. I was tired of it. But it didn't go through. Didn't work out. He described how he wanted to be at church with his family. So, because of all that being denied, I decided to go to church. Even after my nightmare, where I was rejected. And I was rejected by my own school in my nightmare. It was very detailed. So, I went to the church, not the local church, but the one that is in another county. And all of the leaders in the church, is basically every single person in the church, even the ones that I knew, like there were people who knew me from way back. They didn't speak up. But I was asked to come outside. I saw Chris was there. But I felt safer there because there were people. Lots of people. And I sat by somebody I knew and chatted with them. Then the sermon started, or the service started, and Chris got up from the front row on the other side, and he left. And I was a little nervous because I didn't know where he was, but I tried to ignore it, and I just stayed with people I knew, and I was asked to come outside. So the person named Alexis, I believe his name is Alexis. What's his last name? He is a leader, probably lead elder, as you call it. Some people think that's just Mormonism, but it's biblical. Elders are mentioned in the Bible quite often. The leaders in the church respect the elders or whatever. Anyway, he was the one who said, so we called you out here, and he basically then made it to where I was supposed to speak on why I was there. And I was like, I have no idea what it is that what the problem is, but I want no drama. And I feel safer here. And he said, well, we will discuss after the service. Don't go anywhere. But we will discuss after the service is over. But Chris had left. He had gone wherever he goes. But after the service was over and I had to experience his what I would call phony I was bawling, and I was like, either this ends very well or very bad. But I was howling. I tried my darndest to hold it in. And I was sitting in the very, very back waiting, and like his sermon, he was actually the speaker that day, I believe. Well, he spoke a lot anyway. And I remember thinking how it is very boring here, but how it's better safe. And I can't get past his dreadfully boring prayers and long ass prayers. You know, in the Bible, it's like the vain repetition. Sometimes some people are too much, and he is, and I would tell him that in a heartbeat. He wouldn't never hear it because people have told him that too. What's his last name? I can't remember his last name. Let's see. Well, Camden County Seventh-day Adventist Church in Georgia. He's there may be a pastor there now. From North Carolina. He called me outside with another person. I can't remember who that person was, but after the sermon was over and everything, and I was bawling, and there was this one young, very young person who just out of nowhere jumped in my lap, and I was like, I smiled. It was like it was like the sweetest thing ever, but it also was like that could happen to Chris. That very thing could happen to Chris. Like somebody could just jump in his lap. And I was like, this could end really well or really bad. Anyway, the church service ended. I went in that room, and there was it was more than 12 disciples. Anyway, the whole room was filled with people who were like board members of the church. And there was this smart, I'm just gonna imitate her, because I actually had done, I had mocked her as therapeutic parodies, and I had to listen to that person. She said, you are a stumbling block for Christopher. He is our family here at the Camden County Seventh-day Adventist Church in Georgia, and we forgive him for his past, but we don't forgive you. Of course, she didn't say that part. We don't forgive you. And I was like, I couldn't even think of anything to say to that girl. And I say girl because she's like, I remember her. I remember her. Like, I used to go to that church. I mean, even Dave is known by some of them because he used to drive me to that church. He hated it, but he drove me. And so there were the older folks that remembered me, but they didn't act like it. And everyone in that room said that I was a stumbling block, and that he had been there for a long time and I was not in their records. And I said, I was baptized here. I was not baptized in the other church, the place where the event happened. And they had this look on their face like of a little bit like confusion, but they were strong in their stance that I was not allowed there and that I needed to leave and not come back. And I looked around, and I even glanced at the people who knew Dave, and I went, I'm surprised in a way that I made it home, because I felt like Jesus had done that to me. Like I was no longer, it was like the end for me is how it felt. And there was a lady there. I didn't want to jump back in, but just before that board meeting, she said, I can see that you are trying in every way to hold it together. And she stuck around and waited. I think she is probably married to one of them. Anyway, she stuck around till I left, and she said, God's got you. Don't give up. God's got you. And I was like, I didn't say anything, but she had, just before that board meeting, she was like, can I pray with you? And because I was really, I was a wreck. And I said yes, and she prayed, and I was like, she's one of the nicest people, and her name was Marie, or Maria. I searched for her on Facebook, thanked her. But yeah, that was like, I never cried so hard. Of course, I cried worse before, but I was ready to put it to the test back at the time that I left to go to that church. I was like, I know that couldn't happen, because that church knows me. But whenever someone said he came into his own and his own received him not, I was like, oh my gosh. In Isaiah, I think it was Isaiah 53, chapter 53. But it was describing how Jesus came into his own and his own received him not. So it actually fit my situation. And of course I would never understand the level of that situation, but I knew then that I wasn't the only one in that story. I can't say is I can no longer say that woe is me, because that was when I actually saw that there was a reason I did go through that. And the reason, or the things that we go through, when someone else goes through it, we can comfort them in ways that other people couldn't. Because usually, I mean, it's not like I should blame anybody who didn't go through it, but I would rather have gone through that, looking back, so I could know, well, I need to know how to handle something like that, because August 19th was, or 16th. If you look up my full name, I think, and his name, it actually shows up in the search results that there was a court hearing of sorts on aggravated stalking, which on that day, I believe in my heart, I believe it was set up to where that day Chris showed up to court on purpose. The pastor had said, I hope it works out for you. And after it was over, the pastor texted me immediately. And I didn't really get the message because I was bawling. And I was like, there's got to be something we can do, Mom. We got to go to the sheriff's department because this is wrong. And she was like, no, Jamie, it's not a good idea. Just let it go. Try and let it go. And so when I got back home, she went to sleep, took a nap. And I picked up my phone and saw that the pastor had texted and said I could go back and read it, but I don't want to, but it was the time he sent it was right after. It would have been equal to the time that Chris texted him, if he texted him to tell him what happened. I think it was set up because the judge, possibly, to put it nicely, the judge may have been taken advantage of and lied to, but he also may not have realized the no. Actually, there were instances where I wrote down some things that made me realize he did know what was going on, and he on purpose still went with the pastor. And I think one of those reasons was because there was nobody like the conference. The conference would turn, or they thought that there were not many people in that church. It was like maybe they had a fear that they were gonna lose their church. I don't know. Anywho, I went over the pastor's head. Dave was proud of me, and he was shocked. He was like, "I'm so proud of you, Jamie." 'Cause I went over this pastor's head. I was attached to him, but I still went over his head, and the pastor actually texted me, and he said, "You reported me to the sheriff department 3 times, and yet I relate to you with patience." And I was like, oh, and he said, "in the conference," and I was like, I admitted to the conference part, and I said, I didn't do the sheriff. Maybe you should actually call them back, because he may be violating his probation by going to church. And he said, "No, he's not." He always defended him. You know, Christopher is incarcerated because he violated a law that would get him in jail for the same amount of the time that the pastor would go to jail. Shockingly, the pastor could actually go to jail for that length of time that Chris is now incarcerated for. So, all it took was an officer that was going by the code recently. That's all it took. He was going by the code. He felt bad about it because Chris acted like Chris knew about the beliefs. I mean, that's how a lot of them are. A lot of the people, when they show up to church and they are not good people in that way, they study, they learn about things, and I was like, this is interesting. But, like, just the thought, before the thought is complete, he's already got his hands all over me. And he talks the talk. But you can see through it if you know. See, there's good and there's bad. I mean, I'm like saying something that's real obvious. I understand that. But there's like a verse in the Bible that says, well, the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, kindness, meekness, long-suffering. And I think there's more. But if there is none of that, you know there's fake. They're fake. And they say, you shall know them by their fruits. So, Chris had like, I mean, there was scripture that he would use, and there was the pastor, words from the pastor. The pastor never used scripture. He may have realized that he actually may not have had any desire to learn of Jesus, what Jesus would do. You know, I remember begging the leaders, the people who were higher up, who ended up ignoring me in the end. I begged them to tell me what Jesus would have done. I begged them. I pleaded with them. There's like, Facebook to me was just a reminder of the terrible things that were done. Like ignoring somebody and there's what all they're going through. And when they do respond, they, I mean, their response could be everything. Like, I was overly thankful the times that there were responses. But they knew my name, and my dream was real. It actually, that dream was basically, it was almost like it was a warning of what was to come. Because it was even my school. The people in my school, they ignored it too. I reached out to everybody 1,000,000 times almost to make sure that before I even thought of leaving the church, see, that was the last thought. I was like, there's no way. I repeatedly was rejected. And again, I would go in, like I would go to this person, this person. Sarah McDougal was not, she did not reject me. In fact, let's see, I'm going to type out the link to her website because she actually has a lot of good, let's see. She actually came up whenever I was searching based on what I was experiencing. I was like, I was trying to find words of what situation I had experienced whenever it first started. Like someone shows up in the church and they do this or they're this, and I searched and searched and searched and searched, and I found a Redditor showed up in my church, and I went ahead and I clicked on that. Let's see. And I watched it, and I was like, I watched it all the way through, and then I watched other videos, and I was like, she was describing this person as having investigated every aspect of her life, and she mentioned Ben Carson, and I was like, wait a minute, is she an Adventist? And she was. Now, people, Sarah McDougal, she actually, man, I'm glad I searched what I searched. I ended up telling her I was leaving the church because I reported every way possible. Of course, I never did go to it. I never went and sought out the investigative journalist to look into that, as she suggested. That was when I started to watch BJ more, because I was thinking, I wonder if BJ would want to cover something like this. But she didn't. Of course, I never really went that far. I never what? Okay, YouTube. Oh, come on. Why did they spell her name wrong? Oh, it's Yahoo, that's why. Wilderness to Wild is one link. Alright. This link is very long. Okay, hold on. This lady is what she's good. Let's see. I'm gonna look for the YouTube. Yep. I tagged her. She actually, I paid for clarity sessions with her. And she advised at the very last session, which it was worth it. At the very last session, she advised that I go to an investigative journalist. So, let me go to her page. Open, oops. Open link, new tab. That's Jamie's animal, not me. Whoops. Maybe I should double check. Oh, wait a minute. Now she really goes, she's bold. That's where I got Bold as the Lion from. There's the, let's see. Whenever Christopher was arrested, that's when the healing began. Signs of pet and property abuse. Why does the oh, I thought it said look. Hmm. She will tear apart an Adventist pastor, her own faith. Let's see. Coffee and clarity. Alright, let's see. See. 5 red flags. Trust your Pradar. Yep. Let's see. Copy link. I don't know if this is the one. I'm just going to share it. Pradar. Of course, on my other channel, I commented on hers. And naturally, I lost my comment because the, when you change your channel, that happens when you delete it. But here is the viral one. Copy link. This was the one. When when one shows up at your church. Yep. She's cool. See, let us know if you upload the video. Yeah. Oh, I see now. Yeah. I know I'm not the only one who's been through that, though. There's many. There has to be many. But Elijah in the Bible, I learned that he went and, see, there was a level of fear that I think the judge had, so he chose not to approach it. A lot of my poems, or my attempted poems, are more like directed at him. You plugged your ears and closed your eyes. You ignored the pain. You ignored the cries. Something like that. He did ignore it. I ended up having to call the police because I was terrified. I showed up on the right day and he was there. I was like, there's a good behavior affidavit, and I show up on my day, but the pastor said it was my day. I don't know what to do, so a whole bunch of officers showed up at church. But it was before the judge was there. So the judge and his wife basically walked up and drove in and came into the parking lot, and there were all these officers. But it was my day. Chris had to leave. That's one thing I bet that bothered him so much, was that he lost that part. Because he was so proud, all arrogant, and just, it was disgusting to see. Because I was in my car. My grandpa had just given me this little car, so they didn't know. They had no clue I was sitting there watching them all talk to Chris. And then after Chris had to leave, I came inside the church and I gave the pastor I was like, he said, "Happy Sabbath," and I was like, I gave him I hope it was the look that Jesus would give. Because, I didn't say a thing. It was July 3rd. It was July 3rd. I had just been to court and things were continued. It was my day. They were all just laughing at the front porch. Chris was laughing, and the police officer, the male police officer, was talking to me, and the female was just chatting up there at the porch. And I was like, the pastor's in on this. He's in on this. And I was saying that over and over as I was watching. And the officer said, "This is private property." And I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, it's private property." And so I showed him the text that the pastor sent me. I said, he said here that this is my week to go to church. And even though he has recently said that he was advised by an attorney to not communicate with me ever again, he did say this was my day. So the officer went back up there to the pastor Then I watched Chris leave after the officer said, yeah, he said it was your day. And so he's gonna leave. So I went inside and I gave the most wicked glare at the pastor as he spoke about Jezebel or something like that, or somebody betrayal, the betrayal of Jesus, which he had. It was the same old sermon he had done before. It was supposed to make me feel guilty, but I knew already that this pastor was no good. Anyway, I got a text message and someone said the guys on the porch were saying that it was the other way around, that they had to get a restraining order against the person, and see, they didn't know it was me. My grandpa had just given me that car, and because of that, they didn't know I was the one in the car. Nobody did. And they were saying how it was the other way around, and that Chris had to take out a restraining order against me. And they were all saying that. That was basically the last time I really used his car. My grandpa's car. Basically sat out there, and I took Dahlia to go to the store, but even because of that vehicle, they didn't know. They were just talking about me and lying about me. And I was like, I want my $20 back if he took it out against me. He owes me $20. He can pay for his own damn restraining order. That's basically how I responded. The person who texted me said, I didn't know that was you out there. We heard it. Because he actually would have come out and protected me, like, before. But, it kind of gave me, it opened my eyes about how he talked at that time. How they spun it into that. Of course, the pastor probably did that because he said, you will leave him alone now. And that is good. Because I said, I said no. And the pastor said, you will leave him alone, and that's good. And I was like, yeah, I'll definitely copy the closed captioning on this one. It is much easier to tell events whenever it's spoken. You know, I had everything on a USB drive. I had it on a what do you call that? Microchip thingy, whatever you call it. I had every bit of the evidence. I had a notebook full of text with the pastor as my evidence of Chris violating or as evidence of Chris using the pastor to target me. So in court on August 19th, which was the hardest day of my life, where I just basically just said, I'm never going to church again. I think I started painting that day. That's when I started painting. He was still watching. And then after a short time, he stopped. But the pastor baptized him just before he was forced to move to Tennessee. There's a picture of it. I was looking on someone's Facebook page and I was like, what? It was just before the pastor was going to leave. It was in October. I looked in the other people in the room. I was like, are there any children? They live streamed those church services too, where Christopher went. The pastor literally told me, Chris will be at this church, local church, and that I'm welcome to come to the church where there are more people. And I was like, okay, thank you for the heads up. But I went to the local church instead. And Christopher never went to the local church. I hope the pastor saw me there because he had Carrie. The Carrie virus. So he was conducting his goodbye speech. Well, it was just before the goodbye. He had to do it on a Zoom call. Dave came with me to church. I felt safer that way, just in case. But the pastor would try and make it worse. You know, the pastor's wife, well, I think I'm going to skip out on her. Her name is Susan, and that's all I'll say. Actually, that's not all I'll say. She runs a nonprofit that involves displaced young folks. And she promotes that at the church where Christopher went. Christopher was arrested the day before the pastor and his wife were coming for a visit to promote that very cause, or that very nonprofit. IMVO dot whatever. So if you hate me and want to support her, or actually, I don't know if it would really hurt me, but if you despise me and stuff. She's the one to support, but I, in a way, I kind of think that she has more fear than anybody to lose everything, because she's a pastor's wife, and I assume she has more fear. Because she has never ever stood up for that. I had forgotten that she was the one to turn to. I thought the judge actually would be the right one. But I'm not the only one who's happy he's in jail. There's people on Facebook who are laughing literally. They put the laugh face on his image, his mugshot. And I put a heart on their laugh. Hollabacks. You know what would be funny? You know that Sue Dillon? I'd love to hear her. Okay, y'all. Of all the times in this world, this may be the best. Let's see. Who is that? My mood is way better. I will pay $70 for someone to, let's see. I'm going to share a channel with you. Okay. I belched like she does. There's a lot of ads. But membership. Oh, is it a live one? Hmm? Alright, so there is. Anthony, my 200th subscriber, I think. I think. Let me see. Oh, I love that. Okay, kind of trying to figure out how to get to my channel. Yep, my 200th Anthony. Sumic. Alright, let's see. Is this live? It's not live. think of the best way to prank someone. Or which one? There's a lot of advertisements. That's one thing I don't like. I hope if I ever make it that far that there's not like too many. And if I would hope there was a way to like make it where it's maybe just one at the beginning and one at the end of a live stream or something. Let's see. March. Let's see. I'm gonna book one. Let me see. Whoop. I forgot the darn phone number of the person. That's always a good thing. am scheduling a prank call. I ordered a prank call. Actually, I didn't just yet. So on Instagram and TikTok, time to follow. It's time to follow. What is her Instagram? So the topic of today, you need to follow this lady. The prank call, the third live prank call tomorrow on this website. You need to follow this one. The third one, the third live prank call. It'll be the third out of the 9th. So there's 9 calls. There will be, apparently it's the third one. I'll pin this. Follow her. It'll relate to today's topic. And I can't wait to hear it. So it happens first on Instagram and TikTok. So if you have TikTok, look up the name on TikTok. It may be the same one on TikTok. But Sundays, it'll be March 9th. Wonder when it starts. What time it starts. I was very detailed in the request. It's gonna be so funny. I gotta find out what time. I may have to listen to it at church. Of course, it'll be alright because I'm excited. Six p.m. Central. That's when it'll be. I'll probably. Alright, so in Tennessee it would be 6, 7. So 7, so it's going to be 8. 8 o'clock Eastern. Wait a minute. Why did they do that? Okay. 6 Central. It'll be 7. So it'll be 7 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time. On Instagram and TikTok. Sometimes she goes live on YouTube though, at the same time she goes. No, actually, she doesn't. Because she said it was TikTok and Instagram first, then YouTube. Okay. So. That sound is kind of annoying. She's so funny with those pictures. Hollabacks. Is my stomach growling? So I'm gonna go ahead and go. I want to save the transcript of that. And so the longer I stay on, the longer it'll take for this thing to transcribe, I think. So I'm gonna go ahead and go and fall asleep. I'm tired.